We're so excited for you all to check out this next game.
Oof, Neil, I can't wait to get my hands on this one.
The whole team is super proud of this new game, and I can't wait for you to experience it.
It's fair to say that we did something quite surprising with the concept of Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle. And for this project, we didn't want to stop there.
Hi everyone, Mario and the Rabbids are back. And I'm so excited to be back as well today to unveil our new project, Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. We are diving back into this unique crossover with even bigger ambition, expanding our universe on a major scale. This time it's not just the Mushroom Kingdom, there is an entire galaxy to save. To do so, you will lead a brave yet reckless team of unique heroes, including some fresh faces like Rabbids Rosalina and other surprises. On their quest to repel evil across the galaxy, their spaceship will bring them from planet to planet. They will be facing a powerful villain, Cursor, an enemy unlike anything our heroes encountered before. But they won't be alone. By their side, they will have their new allies, the Sparks. These surprising creatures, born from the merge of Rabbids and Lumas, will lend their wild powers to our heroes. Their natures and origin are at the core of our story. But let's keep some surprises for later.
After the tremendous success of Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle, the entire team was moved by the amazing reception from players across the world. We were stunned by the love we felt for this unexpected team-up. We know we've been off the radar for a while now, as we wanted to take the time needed to bring this crossover to the next level. It's not just a new story with new enemies, new heroes. Mario + Rabbids Sparks of Hope has big ambitions. It introduces new action elements into the mix that will push the boundaries of tactical games even further. That being said, we also wish to offer an easy-to-play experience for all players, yet hard to master for those of you that are willing to take the challenge. And you'll be able to experience this cosmic adventure exclusively on the Nintendo Switch. We can't wait to tell you more about the game soon.
There's an entire galaxy to save, and we cannot wait for you to experience it.
So we're not done yet. Let's check in with our CEO, Yves Guillemot.
Hi everyone. As you have seen, we have a fantastic and diverse lineup of games coming soon. And this is just the beginning. Thanks to all the teams at Ubisoft for what they achieved, and for always striving to deliver the best possible game experiences. I'm humbled by their resilience, energy and collaboration, especially during what has been a challenging year. I'm also proud of our industry's ability to bring together millions of players from around the world to share memorable experiences and moments of joy. This is one of the real powers of video games. And it is what motivates everyone at Ubisoft to do our best. Finally, my sincere thanks to you, the players. We appreciate the trust you place in us. Your involvement in our games communities keeps them growing and vibrant. We want to create original, enriching, long-lasting game worlds. And your contributions, feedback and support make it possible. We also are proud that some of the biggest names in entertainment trust our creative teams to develop games within their universes. For example, you just saw Mario + Rabbids Sparks of Hope, developed in collaboration with Nintendo, where everyone's favorite Mario and Rabbids characters return for an all-new adventure. And speaking of great partnerships, there is one more exciting thing we would like to show you today. It is a glimpse of the amazing journey that awaits you in one of the most beautiful but dangerous places of all, brought to life by the latest version of our Snowdrop engine. I'm excited to share this first look with you now. Enjoy!
Что, аватар? That is crazy.
Thanks to Eve and all the devs that joined us to share what's new with Ubisoft.
Today, we battled some Arkeans in Rainbow Six Extraction, learned some new songs in Rocksmith, got an adrenaline rush from Riders Republic, lit up the dance floor in Just Dance 2022, visited new shores in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, witnessed a chilling confrontation in Far Cry 6, and teamed up with our favorite man in overalls in Mario plus Rabbids.
Don't go anywhere, there's still more to come in the post-show.
Bye, y'all.
В общем, закончилась трансляция Ubisoft. Я пока все настроил, все проверил. Они все новинки уже показали, и все. Мы посидели что-то. Минут 30, наверное, от силы.
I think it's important to have a First Nations character in a mainstream game because Indigenous women especially are very underrepresented in mainstream media, and that's what we're hoping to change with this character.
The creation of Thunderbird does have immense potential to bust on all those negative stereotypes about even Indigenous women, Indigenous people.
If there's anything that can help target an audience to become more
Подождем еще
interested in
Devolver
Dakota,
Digital.
it's probably technology. And
Что они нам
Ubisoft is
покажут
very in touch with the
через
highest
20 минут?
technology, games, and something like this can have a really big impact.
Сейчас
on
посмотрим,
youth.
возможно,
And,
стрим перезапустим.
I'm excited to see the outcome of Thunderbird.
Thunderbird was born in the Nakota Territory in Saskatchewan. Her civilian name is Nina Sky. She values her community and she's also a protector, whether it's of people, the community, or the land.
We knew that we wanted this character to be a pilot, a helicopter pilot, but we didn't know exactly in which field she would be working. So I asked the consultants if they had any sort of feedback or information that they wanted to take into consideration when picking the work field in which this character would be working.
I suggested that Thunderbird be a technical expert within hydrology because we believe as Nakota people that water is life and that within that is the struggle of protecting and preserving the environment.
When we started talking about weapons or tools that this character would have, we were kind of tossing around different names. I made a suggestion and say Nakota words as simply as possible, that Kona would be actually a good name because it means friend.
Thunderbird's gadget is a little bit unique. She's going to be our second operator who can raise the health of their teammates. However, it can also heal your opponent. So Kona quite literally is a friend to everyone.
A while ago, especially the northern Nakota tribes of the Great Plains, we tattooed our faces. And that's something that has been forgotten, even in our own histories. Now it's something that we're starting to talk about, something that we want to bring back. That's what I wanted to see with this character, was to grab someone's interest enough to want to go out there and find and do research of their own of who the Nakota are, what are the Nakota, am I a Nakota, what's my language, what's my culture, what does this symbol mean?
Thunderbird would not have existed without the input of Tarina, Jessica, and Shayna. They honestly created this character from the ground up.
We never really knew each other, and we were so excited to talk about this character. And we talked about water, we talked about her name, and we talked about all of these things that, that's going to represent a strong woman warrior. She's going to be representing, she's going to be carrying, and that was really what was cool about working with Ubisoft and this character.
On considère qu'aujourd'hui, quand on travaille dans ces secteurs-là, dans ces médiums-là, c'est notre devoir d'offrir un maximum de représentation, de donner la possibilité à un maximum de personnes de pouvoir s'identifier, de pouvoir rêver, de pouvoir se projeter au travers de notre contenu. Et c'est pour ça qu'on va repousser de plus en plus les limites de la diversité sur notre projet. On va aller voir un maximum de communautés et de minorités et faire en sorte que n'importe qui a envie de se projeter, qui a envie d'interagir avec Siege, puisse avoir une forme de porte d'entrée au travers d'un personnage qui lui ressemble.
She's really bringing such an ancient historic people into the present. I hope that honors her and all Indigenous women and all Indigenous people.
I feel that us consultants work very carefully and respectfully to develop a character that would make Nakota people proud.
This is something that's going to really impact with kids that are Nakota. I might just, purchase a game console and try it out myself.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us. We've got a great show lined up for you today. We've got a bunch of amazing folks, from dev team members, members of the community, and our community team. We're going to take you through a bunch of great topics related to the upcoming season of Siege. Coming hot on the heels of that making of video of Thunderbird, we'd like to take you behind the scenes of her design. In order to help you with that, we have Alex Karpazis from the dev team. Thanks for joining us today.
Absolutely. Pleasure to be here.
So before we dive into Thunderbird specifically, I'd love to hear about the process of making an operator. What goes into this and what steps are involved in deciding what to base a character around?
Starting an operator starts with a lot of exploration. On the gameplay side, there's a bunch of gadgets we want to try out, things that are interesting for abilities. On a universe side, there's interesting bios that we want to explore, different kind of people we want to introduce to the cast of characters of Siege. And on the character concept side, We want to play with different forms and silhouettes, something that you haven't really seen before in Siege.
In terms of Thunderbird as a character, where did that conception begin?
Thunderbird was really interesting. The entire team knew that we wanted to feature somebody from the First Nations in North America. This is our backyard. We wanted to represent somebody from that huge community, but we didn't know where to start. And we eventually found that it all really started from the casting. We wanted to find somebody who could speak their native language, bring an incredible performance to the character, and really do justice to who the character we want to build is. So this all began with our star, who is Sarah Louise MacArthur, and she really was the driving force behind Thunderbird. She knows how to speak Nakotan, she has an incredible voice, and that's really what honed in on the idea of a Nakotan operator in Rainbow Six Siege.
In addition to working closely on the casting side of things, I also understand that you worked really closely, as we saw in the making of video, with consultants. I know you've mentioned that the symbolism was a really important part of where consultants came into play. Was there anything in particular with the iconography that they helped with?
The consultants were immensely helpful and so supportive of what we were trying to do with Thunderbird. Once we knew that we wanted to feature a Nakotan operator, that's when we found 3 amazing consultants, one of them being an artist, to start working on the background of the operator and the visuals. And so when you take a look at Thunderbird, there's actually a lot of emblems and iconography that has a lot of emotion and meaning behind them.
Are there any that you'd be able to dig into specifically right now?
Every single badge on Thunderbird has a meaning. If you take a look at the back of her jacket, for instance, the 6-pointed star, which is a huge, huge symbol for the Dakota Nation. It represents so many things, most of all balance. Balance between life and death, between masculine and feminine. That was a really important thing we needed to nail, and we worked really closely with the consultants to make sure that that emblem was meaningful and respectful of everything we wanted to represent Thunderbird.
That's amazing. And I feel like one of the other things that's really, really identifiable on Thunderbird's jacket is the word Wagia. What does that mean to Thunderbird?
So Wagia is Thunderbird in Dakota. And also, we wanted to make sure that that language was visible on the character, just like it.
And jump into the animated trailer that we mentioned before, but if there's anyone you'd like to thank, Alex, you have the floor.
I just want to thank the team for being so incredible. Thunderbird was an immense amount of work, and I know everybody's so extremely proud of her. And I also know that they're already hard at work on the next couple of operators that are already being worked on. So thank you so much. It means a lot to so many people to share these operators with the world.
Ready? 6 years ago, I met a pilot. He saved my life. That symbol, what does it mean?
This jacket was my father's. Dagu Akan, Wichakpi.
The Creator's star has many meanings. Love, wisdom, bravery. Suits you. Listen, I need to get this bird in the air. You try to get some rest. You're the boss. What?
Пожалуйста, нам нужно уплыть.
Абуэла, ну зачем мне бейсбольные карточки?
Ты не знаешь, сколько они стоят? Пропусти нас.
Марко, ты все заводишь друзей?
Опаздываешь, Даня. Где Олег?
Он отказался от билета. Отдал семье.
Брехня. Олег — сирота.
Лихо уже никуда не поплывет. Марко, пропусти их.
Vamos.
Молодец.
Какого черта?
Пустите нас!
Грасис.
Да не за что, Чамако.
Вот. Все, что у меня есть.
Но так нельзя, Дани. Нам нужно сражаться, а не бежать к Янке.
Олег сделал тебе подарок, Лита. Мы выживем. Как в приюте, как в академии. Что это?
До того, как стать эль-президенте, ми папа рыбачил. На суденыш, типа такого. Мы с ним ловили рыбу, а потом отпускали. Он говорил, наша цель не набить брюхо, Михо. Наша цель испытать себя. Но порой он ловил больших таких марлинов. Гордость не позволяла ему отпустить.
Больной тирану! Ты отравил Яру и ум своего сына!
Сегодня я поймал очень большую рыбу. Правда, Диего?
Диего!
Охренеть.
Я поймал тебя, Михо. Пора возвращаться домой.
Я устал от этого, папа.
Но выбора нет.
Пощади их. Пусть они делают вивира.
Правда или ложь?
Правда.
Они могли бы работать. Помогать нам возрождать рай. Но если бы ты не хотел их смерти, то никогда не сел бы на этот корабль.
Всего 13. А Диего уже так заботится о своем народе. Этих рыбок
Мы с тобой отпустим.
I'm Olivier Guédon, producer here at Ubisoft Ivory Tower. The Crew 2, launched in 2018, reaches its 3rd anniversary. It's been a very intense year, with multiple content deployments. Every 4 months, a new season, and every 2 months, a new episode. We delivered all the content announced 1 year ago. And for this, I would like to warmly thank our teams here at the studio for their work and commitment despite the COVID-19 context. But it's also time to warmly thank you, our community, since we are already proud to announce joining yet what a better time to jump in the Crew 2. First, claim this amazing vehicle for only 1 crew credit in-game starting today. Also, next week, enjoy 1 event for each major.
Все, 23:30, пошлите посмотреть Devolver Digital.
in as many games as possible. And curious if it's been confirmed yet whether Extraction will have crossplay and on top.
That's good.
Whoa. Too enhanced.
Too enhanced.
Dial it back. And he's like the nerdy guy who's like explaining to Johnny Mnemonic how the world isn't fair and shit like that. And he is.
Video games at Devolver Digital, and damn good ones.
Мы игры издаем, мы хорошие.
Conference room and take your dumb movie idea with you.
Выбирай все это дерьмо.
Это Мамо?
Это что?
Мамо?
О, да где ж оно?
Is in it. And he's like the nerdy guy who's like explaining to Johnny Mnemonic how the world isn't fair and shit like.
A new way to keep consumers locked into a semi-regular non-payment schedule with a novel, if not needlessly complex approach, wherein a top-tier service subscriber is at the low monthly price, no cost. We see it as a groundbreaking new way to keep consumers locked into a semi-regular non-payment schedule with a novel, if not needlessly complex approach, wherein a top-tier service subscriber is granted access to dozens, if not hundreds of dozens, of premium purchases at the low monthly price, no cost to you, for the subscription itself. Hit me again! That is the max pat. And your credit competency, work history, genealogical strafe vector, total lunar payload weight, environmentally induced super selection state, and very first magic set are evaluated on a 29-point density matrix, and boosh!
Еле нашел, уже 7 минут идет.
Let's check a look. At some of the video games that amazing consumers like you can look forward to, if you get approved, of course, with Devolver Max Pass Plus. Premium purchase.
О, игры начались.
平和は単なる幻に過ぎぬ。その喪失を嘆く中で己の行いを悔やまずともよい。武士道というは死ぬことと見つけたり。守るべし己の命が尽き果てたその先まで。
Premium purchase.
прикольно. Неплохо, если это онлайн. Чем-то напоминает ту игру, где девка-паркуристка еще.
Fashion. Now that's a phrase. A phrase that goes lock, stock, hand in hand with games. An exclusive state of being, if you will, to which only the most adroitly premium amongst us could ever truly endeavor to gain entry. Until now. No. Not this. Not this. I'm snapping, damn it! Being fashionable is a natural extension of the Devolver Max Pass Plus premium purchase experience. Brought from us to you by Devolver's own Central Textile Manufacturing and Weaponized Branding Entity subgroups. We would like to present to you our newest collection of exclusive garmentry, only available to the Devolver Max Pass Plus subscribers. Oh, shut up. This collection of fashionable, comfortable, and catastrophically unaffordable formal wear was designed and manufactured entirely in-house by an elite selection of our most popular and attractive interns, to whom we've given key action words and access to an internet-connected device and, shall we say, joie de vivre. You may go. As with everything else in this presentation, the Devolver Max Pass Plus exclusive merch collection is, well, exclusive. Only available to subscribers in a premium purchase, not at all in the subscription fee you may or may not, but may be paying. Fashion. Am I right? Now, let's take a deep breath and take a peek at these two premium purchase products that will be available to you soon. The adoring Devolver Max Pass Plus Survivor. Subscribe. Yeah.
Premium purchase.
Since 1975, Devolver Digital and the many incredible developers we've partnered with have produced what can only be appropriately described as an imperial buttload of incredible games that consumers worldwide have purchased, never actually played, and then made public claims about the game's quality in order to substantiate their place in online conversations about whether or not an indie game is still indie if it has a publisher. That's why we're proud to announce the entire Devolver Digital catalog on Steam is available at Devolver Max Pass Plus as a premium service, not included in your recurring monthly payment that we still haven't quite nailed down yet. Each of these gems will be available at a reduced rate for about a limited amount of time, with discounts ranging from, why not, to fuck me, why are my pants wet? Think of it as a kind of thank you from an old friend. An old friend that believes you deserve a premium experience. Visit DevolverMaxPassPlus.com for more information. Premium purchase. Premium purchase.
Hey, kid! Do you love video games?
I'm a grown man. What are you doing in my bathroom?
Do you love video games?
Yes, I play them quite a bit.
Do you want to pay for video games?
Not at all, no.
What if you could play a game for free, but then later we charge you for cool stuff and make you watch ads for minimal benefit to you, the consumer?
Well, that doesn't sound
You're coming, it's tumble time. Ignore loved ones. Reprioritize your life. Let it consume your very being. Turn real money into pretend money and spend it. Collect your favorite characters that you've never even heard of. Your phone, it's tumble time. Your phone, it's tumble time.
Devolver Tumble Time is the future of physics-based puzzle gameplay, elegant monetization, and strategic brand integration. Choose characters from a loaded roster of your Devolver Digital face and back a major, huge, big-time game points by matching and clearing the impossibly adorable plays on the tumble. We mentioned that it's free, right? Because it's free. Except for the ads part, because there are ads, because of course there are ads, because nothing is ever really free. Get hyped and unleash each character's special move and clear chunks by creating and activating chaotic chain reactions. Pre-register for Devolver Tumble Time on the App Store and Google Play by visiting DevolverTumbleTime.com.
Woo, hey!
Nina!
let's talk about subscriptions for a moment. The subscription service is an instrument of monetization from days gone, when your grandparents wanted to try new cheese each month and your uncle wanted to look at photos of naked ladies from the comfort of his own tool shed. A relic. An unwieldy, physical beast that we have haphazardly let slip into the digital realm, leaving us with nothing but ones and zeros to stand in for our stinky dairy product and perfect numbers. Devolver, though, aims to return subscription-based addiction back to its more tangible roots, with a premium purchase title available only in this. The physical plane of actual, real, for real existence.
Is that?
Goddamn right it is. Introducing Demon Throttle by developer Ubisoft, the creators of Gato Roboto. It's coming to the Nintendo Switch as a physical box set, and only a physical box set through our good friends at Special Reserve Games. Oh, you heard me right. Demon Throttle will not, I repeat, will not be available in any digital format and is only available for you to purchase as a retail product and put on your shelf and to never play or to sell at ridiculous scalper prices to anyone who missed out on its initial offering starting today. Check a look. Really purchase.
That woman kissed my leg. Or something. Demon Throttle.
Huh? I mean, huh? Right?
I love it. It's good. Really good. Great work, Stilts.
Well, it wasn't all.
Good thunk. Big moves by a guy from... Where are you from?
Technically, I'm not supposed to be here.
That's
I'm
pretty
still...
funny. Okay, now bring it home. Hit me with the big move. What's the punch?
There isn't one. He does not.
Videotapes. Nina. Tape.
What'd she say?
What's this now?
Well, we put the entire thing on a tape and then sell it. Like this, right? Right? Here. Videotape. The trick, though, is that there is one and only one, and we sell it to one buyer, only, just the one.
Just the one?
Just the one. Okay, and since there's only one and the buyer keeps it, and we broke the little tab on the inside so you can copy it, it's non-fuckable. A non-fuckable tape, right? NFT for short. It's gonna be a thing.
Can we do this? Can this be done?
It's actually already been done. Okay, the one copy of this entire presentation on tape, the one in this player right here, is available online. For the first Devolver Max Pass Plus Triple Platinum Elite Gold Star Magnum Double XL tier subscriber to go to devolvermaxpassplus.com and buy it. Okay, it is totally non-fuckable. It does no damage to the environment, to the energy grid, or the global technology supply chain, because it's just this old tape, right? That Caleb found in a box marked Nancy's Fancies, right? In the back of an old filing cabinet in the birthing wing, and it's also a tape.
Fucking brilliant.
Yes. Yeah. Zane, Nina, Margaret, Caleb. This is such wonderful.
О, привет, привет, кто на стриме? Все, Devolver Digital закончилось.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back. You're still live with Cup Noodles. Call me Bruce. Let's go.
Story every time. I mean, people can live in the world, so we have to create a different experience. An experience.
and just throw it at studios and just see where they can get business done. And you, I mean, I probably would beat you up for it.
gather rare resources and explore an untamed world. Once you've plucked an orc and carrot, return to your village and use those resources to forge a Viking-worthy gear.
О, наконец-то я нашел. E3 еще надо уметь стримить. Надо еще это все находить. Она уже 10 минут идет, а я только час нашел. Но ничего, второй день я подготовлюсь, все будет хорошо.
Craft legendary weapons, build deadly defenses, and grow the strength of your tribe, because those giants are on their way. And it's time for us to end their path of destruction. Let's show them our might is greater than their height. As the saying goes, Valhalla! Can't wait!
Hello everyone, my name is Juan Maroda. I'm the creative director at Northville. We're just under 2 months away from finally launching our upcoming 10-player co-op action RPG, Tribes of Midgard, and deliver it to you on July 27th on PS5, PS4, and Steam. In Tribes of Midgard, you play as an Einarjar, a glorious Viking hero that's been returned to Midgard in order to protect the seed of Yggdrasil, the World Tree. Every time you start a new run, you would want to go out and explore this new world, gather some resources, fight enemies, and return to your village in order to craft better equipment and tools to help you survive. You can also upgrade and fortify your village, because each night, creatures from hell will emerge from the depth to attack your tree. Make it through the night to go back out to raid enemy camps, dwell in caves, take part in events, go on quests, build anywhere, and of course, loot countless items to gain experience and level up your Viking. We now have 8 classes in the game, each with their own abilities, specificities, and playstyle. As you gain experience, you level up to unlock even more skills, which you can then combine with dozens of runes for over-the-top results. But those nightly creatures aren't even your biggest threat. You must get ready and prepare for your biggest challenge, and I mean biggest challenge to date. Every couple of days, a giant will emerge and walk towards your village with the intent of destroying the seed of Yggdrasil. You must stop it and take it down whatever the cost, otherwise it's game over. You can of course play Tribes of Midgard completely on your own, but we highly recommend that you bring along 9 friends to thrive together. We cannot wait to share more information about this ever-growing epic saga in the weeks to come. In the meantime, you can already pre-order the game right now to earn exclusive items and be among the first to defend Midgard against Ragnarok. Because as they say, Valhalla can wait. Thanks for watching. Sail.
At Gearbox University, it's not all textbooks and calculators. Sometimes we like to kick back and have a little fun. A good sense of humor is of vital importance if you want to succeed in these halls. Here's a list of sensible wisecracks you might hear when you're exploring our campus. Why did the tribe of Midgard cross the road? To get to the Thor side. Knock knock. Who is there? The commando. The commando who? I don't know. What are you axing me for? Welcome to the Homeworld Diner. Our special today is the dessert of Carrick. Help! I've God fallen, and I can't get up. Claptrap, Tiny Tina, and Mad Moxie walk into a bar. Wait, I think Moxie owns the bar, so why would she be walking in? She'd already be there. And is Tiny Tina old enough to drink? Maybe it doesn't matter in space. Also, what's the punchline? And how is Claptrap walking in? I want to say he counts as a unicycle. Okay, we'll work on this before we submit to E3. Gearbox University. Our comedy school is a 2-year degree.
Macros thinks the war is over. fight has just begun.
Our duty is to carry the burden of war.
Or just savor the victory.
What fun is death, when death is the end of our fun?
The darkness has breached reality. It is time, my champion.
Know how this is going to end.
Time for your madness to end, brother.
I was never just your brother. I am your god.
And after all your promises, you've ripped it.
Greetings everyone, my name is Dick Hain and I'm the Senior Technical Producer at Counterplay Games. First and foremost, on behalf of everyone at CPG and Gearbox alike, I want to thank you for being part of Godfall's journey up until this point. It's crazy to think that Godfall just launched in November of last year. Our developers have been hard at work ever since. In fact, this past February, we launched the massive Primal update, which included new content such as additional rooms in Tower of Trials, Primal gear, Ascension levels, and much, much more. But I'm excited to announce today that on August 10th, we will be launching Godfall on the PlayStation 4. Not only that, but owning Godfall on the PS4 entitles you to a free PS5 upgrade, and we will support cross-gen play so PS4 and PS5 users can seamlessly co-op together. And if you've been struggling in the Ascended Tower of Trials, don't worry, we're adding matchmaking. But really, matchmaking and the PS4 edition are just the tip of the iceberg because we are so excited to launch our first ever expansion, which we've entitled Fire and Darkness. Fire and Darkness will take players into the Fire Realm for the first time ever, where they'll be met with new challenges, enemies, bosses, trophies, cosmetics, and so much more. But alongside Fire and Darkness, we're also releasing a free content update, which we're calling the Lightbringer update. The main component of the Lightbringer update is a new endgame loop, which we're calling Lightbringer. In Lightbringer, players will fight off the darkness that threatens Aperion and be rewarded with a new loot type, Cursed Loot. Cursed Loot will challenge the player to complete particular objectives in order to lift the curse and awaken them. Basically, if you thought Primal gear was tough, you ain't seen nothing yet. And then, of course, we want to make fashion the forefront of Godfall, so we have added a huge library of cosmetics to both the Lightbringer update and the expansion alike, all of which can be unlocked by simply completing objectives in the game. Thank you so much for your time today. It is an honor to be speaking here, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your E3.
There's a really unique tone and vibe and feel to Homeworld that hasn't been emulated since. It's not a prequel, it's not a remaster, it is Homeworld 3. It is the next Homeworld.
We're glad you've chosen Gearbox University for your higher education endeavors. As you engage in your academic pursuits, don't forget to try out our extracurricular activities. Show off your Shutterbug talents in the photography club. Make lasting connections in our chapter houses. Or if you're a boring person, you can always try out for the debate team. We also have sporting events, but try not to party too hard at the homecoming game, or you'll end up looking like this. Be sure to follow us on social media, where you'll occasionally find free shift codes as well as news and announcements about our latest scholastic offerings. Gearbox University, we can shape your future, because thinking for yourself is hard. Now, go buy all our games.
We're back. I hope you guys had an awesome presentation from all the Gearbox games in development and Gearbox publishing products coming. Listen, I'm standing outside Kevin Hart's trailer door. I'm just gonna. You guys want to meet him? I think he wants to meet you guys. Let's see if he opens. Hey Kevin, you got a minute?
Yeah.
Borderlands fans, meet Kevin Hart.
How you guys doing, man? Pretty pumped up right now to meet you guys. Randy, you should tell them actually how big I am in person. It's a great opportunity.
I'm 6'3", and
yeah, they can get a good grasp of how much height I put on for this role right now.
Dude, you are freaking awesome. Like, you don't understand. Like, you're a freaking action hero.
Thank you, man.
This is amazing watching you work.
You know
you're
what?
blowing my mind.
I'm going to say I'll one-up you. I'll say it's amazing for me to have the opportunity to portray the character of Roland, of course, who you're very familiar with, because this is your creation. I think the biggest and best thing is the surprise that you guys are going to be in for. Because you got no idea what I'm doing or how I'm doing or why I'm doing it. You got no idea the level that I came in at. You got no idea how much preparation I decided to put into this particular character in this role. You got no idea. You got no idea. You don't even know what's under this jacket.
OMG! It's metal!
You got no idea. My job is to come in, not only be prepared, but to shock. And I think right now this is what we're doing.
We are doing it. I've seen some pretty, like,
it's intense.
No one's ever seen you like this before.
No, I can honestly say, man, Eli is doing such a phenomenal job.
He's directing. It's also fun to work with him. Like, he's working his ass off. Well, everyone's working their ass off.
Absolutely. You got an amazing cast. Kate, Jamie, Ariana, myself, Flo, our director, Eli, Jack Black. You put an amazing group of people together. So shouts out to you, your team at Gearbox. Shouts out to Lionsgate, for seeing that this is something that could be phenomenal. Shouts out to the world of Pandora knowers. Okay, you guys that know and love this world, I promise you, you're going to be in complete awe when you see how real we have made it become from a place of visual. You're going to believe that you're in this place with us. So,
wow, you're making me cry, man.
It's dope, man.
My eyes are welling up.
No,
hey, thank you, man. Hey, I appreciate you taking a minute to introduce yourself to our fans.
No problem. I'm going back in here in the weight room.
I'll see you later.
I got a weight room in here. Just Roland lifts weights in between takes. You'll know why later. Take it easy, man.
Take it easy, Kevin. Thanks, man. Holy crap, you guys. I can't wait for you to see this movie. It won't be long, but we still got a lot of work to do. We're a little bit more than halfway done with production. And but you know what? Back at home at Gearbox, all the great people that created this universe that I'm here representing on behalf of all the talent at Gearbox, we're hard at work making new stuff. So check this out, and I'll see you guys soon. Cheers, everybody.
For those of you who've never seen the greatest the world has ever revered, I'd like to introduce myself. Let's go! I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it. I just got it.
Let the blood sport begin!
I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it. I just got it.
Jesus H.
And the Gearbox presentation is a wrap, and my goodness, I have so many thoughts. Oh, what are you doing? You smiling at the camera?
It's like, well, you get to carry all the weight this time. I get to just look at it and go, hey guys, how you doing? Good to see you.
Carrying the weight, yeah. Oh man, I don't even know where to start. Let's start with Tiny Tina.
What a tease!
I know.
What a tease!
I want more.
Oh, come on.
I want more.
I thought for sure we had already gotten the Tiny Tina trailer. I thought we had a little bit of gameplay, right? And you didn't.
100%.
Obviously, we got to talk to somebody making the game. That's always great. And I like giving devs the spotlight, but I wish we could have seen more and had more. And, you know, we know Wanda Sykes is in the game. We know Will Arnett's in the game. I would love to have seen their characters, hear a little bit from it, right? Do something like that.
They're just holding out on us.
I know they are. Well,
but I'm here for it
early
still.
2022,
so.
they got plenty of time to do all this, like the drip feed of information as we lead up to it. Yeah.
I'm super excited about the cast, though. Will Arnett, oh my God, is the villain Dragon Lord. So I'm like, I mean, can he give Handsome Jack a run for his money? If anyone could, I would say Will Arnett. You know, I just think he's a fantastic actor. And then Andy Samberg is just hilarious. Wanda Sykes is hilarious. And obviously Ashley Birch is back. Butt Stallion is back.
Of course, yes.
So I am really excited about it. It was kind of interesting, though, because during that presentation, Randy was talking to a couple producers, and they were just talking about this new movement. We saw comic book movies, everything with Marvel and DC, but maybe we could start seeing some more video game movies. So.
Yeah, right. That's what we were talking about earlier with Free Guy. Right? Am I allowed to be excited for this movie? I was asking over there, right? And I ask that all the time with every Borderlands announcement, because you have Eli Roth on, right? You have Cate Blanchett, you have Jamie Lee Curtis, you have Janina, and the list goes on. The Blackjack, you know, we at the very end there see Kevin Hart, and it's like that's a stellar cast. And again, those silhouettes they've shown for us look so spot on to what you'd expect these characters to be that I do wonder, if this is the one where we turn the corner, similar we're talking about turning the corner with comic book movies, if this will be the one for video games. Even though I know Detective Pikachu, I'm not throwing shade. I'm not throwing Pikachu shade. I'm just saying, in terms of one that's very straight up, like this is what the video game world looks like on the silver screen, is that what it's going to be?
I think it always comes down to story and if they capture the world correctly. But obviously, I want to talk about video games a little bit. I know one of the better jokes is I'm Godfallen and I can't get up. I know you were a big fan of Godfall, so.
I wasn't. I wanted to be a big fan of Godfall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What had happened is Godfall dropped and I played a little bit of it and liked it, but I fell off because it was so content light. Blessing on my team actually played a lot of it. He liked it. He's came back recently because of a lot of stuff they talked about there.
Okay.
And that's the thing I think that slid under the radar with Godfall. Is that nobody, and I shouldn't say nobody, but the majority, when you look at Metacritic for Godfall, nobody was like, the gameplay is bad, the gameplay loop is bad. It was just, oh, we need more. And I think what's interesting about Godfall, if you haven't been paying attention to Counterplay games, right, is this idea of they had this giant Primal update. They're about to give you the Lightbringer update, which is free and going to give you a whole new endgame, let alone Fire and Darkness now, which is paid, but is a full-blown expansion with all this different stuff, let alone the free loot items, let alone the new characters, let alone the new weapons. Like, Godfall's an interesting one where it's been building since November in a way that, you know, it came out, and I remember getting, I think, like on IGN a 6 or 6.5, I remember, and that seemed to be the vibe of it, that the gameplay, and what I played of the melee combat is fun, right? It isn't a looter shooter, it's a looter melee combat game, which you don't see as much of, and to see it as gorgeous as it looked on PlayStation 5, now to see it coming to PlayStation 4, now to see it with a free update if you buy it on PlayStation 4, so when you can get a PlayStation 5, you can get it. I think Godfall might honestly be, from the perspective of new information, one of the more interesting ones there, because there's a lot going on.
I mean, we have some of the video up right now, and the game looks absolutely breathtakingly gorgeous. I want that sword. I just want all of this. Animation-wise, it is just absolutely gorgeous. But really quickly, you know, we could talk about video games, Borderlands all day, but we're going to have to send it over to Golden Boy and the gang in just a second. But first, we've got some more in the production of the Borderlands movie from CEO Randy Pitchford, who's on location in Budapest, Hungary. So let's see what he got.
I am in Budapest. I am working on a movie. The fact that that I've been there from the very first moments of Borderlands and have executive produced and did a lot of design and development and even storytelling with all of the Borderlands games over the years. I just happen to be the guy that's helping these guys make sure it's an authentic Borderlands movie. And you know, I've loved a lot of the interest that Hollywood's gotten in video game IP, and I love the fact that Hollywood's investing more and more in video game IP. But I will say that, like many people, some of the video game movies have disappointed me, and I'm really just like, it's not my movie, but I'm doing everything I can to make sure that this team of incredible filmmakers, this director, this cast, this unbelievable crew has all the support in the world from us, and has the access to myself and all the members of Gearbox to make sure that the authenticity is there. And we're doing everything that we can to make sure that's the case. I don't want to spoil anything from the movie, but it's just unfreaking believable. It's a blast. I can't believe this is happening.
Welcome back, everyone, as we're here with our media friends. And yeah, I mean, we just had the Gearbox presentation. Randy Pitchford there giving some words with a hot take, saying video game movies have disappointed him. Man, spice that Randy Pitchford, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, look, video game movies have traditionally been a tough nut to crack because video games are an active experience.
That's right.
Movies are a comparatively passive experience. How do you translate that adequately? But I do think in the last several years, you're seeing movies like the new Tomb Raider, like Pokemon Detective Pikachu, and even like what we're seeing with Free Guy, for example, where hopefully they're going to break through that mold. With a franchise like Borderlands, you have a real opportunity there, but I'm just kind of champing at the bit to actually see the movie. It was cool to see behind the scenes a little bit, but I want to see more beyond just like silhouetted production still. So hopefully we'll get that pretty soon, please.
But did you see the cast list, though?
The cast list is awesome.
Andy Samberg, Wanda Sykes, Will Arnett, Ashley Birch, of course. Who else am I missing?
Yeah, I mean, well, that obviously for Tiny Tina. But then on the other side, you got, Kevin Hart, who we saw.
Kevin Hart, Jack Black, Claptrap.
Yeah, I mean, he's very clear that, like, acquiring talent to get them into this, whether it be the game or the movies, not a problem now because people seem to be really, really wanting to get into these video game IPs, obviously.
Yeah, everyone's attracted to Borderlands as an IP. Like, everyone wants to be a part of it. You're a voice actor. You're an actor in general. You're Butt Stallion. You're getting in there somehow.
It's true, which is crazy because that was my nickname back in high school, was Butt Stallion. They called me Alex Butt Stallion Mendez, but then they were like, no, you can't make it in esports with that name. So I changed it to Golden Boy,
Because you got booty meat? You got booty meat, right?
Of course I do. I'm Puerto Rican. So now, here's the deal. We got, and Dan, you said this the best, but Damon, I'm going to start this with you, that there was a lot of teasing of things, but not a lot of seeing of things.
Yeah.
Also, the Homeworld, Homeworld's great. I'm so glad we're going to get to see another RTS game. Like we need more RTS games. Just would have been nice to see it.
At some point, yeah. Wanting to see more is kind of the theme, I think, of Gearbox's presentation. I'm a Pandora knower myself. But coming out of that, we don't know much more about Tiny Tina's Wonderland than we knew going into it, right? It was announced earlier this week. I was really expecting like a gameplay reveal, especially since it's supposed to be less than a year away. So yeah, these are all things that I'm excited about. It would have been nice to see them.
Yeah, and Michael, let's save your favorite game, Godfall. I'm just messing around. We were joking. We were talking about Blessing, and Blessing, was a fan of Godfall. Blessing, by the way, should probably be on this couch next year. We got to make it happen, Poppy. But let's talk about Godfall because, these are the types of games that No Man's Sky, for example, is a great example. The game that comes out, and you're like, could have been so much more. And I kind of feel like Godfall might be going down that path of like developing its identity and becoming even better than what it was, or what the developers had hoped for on release.
Yeah, so here's the thing, is like, when a game comes out, it's not always like straight up dead. Games aren't really dead on arrival anymore. They still can, there's life that can be brought into it. You see it all the time, one of my favorite games of all time, Final Fantasy XIV, was a free trial, level 60, critically acclaimed expansion pack, Heaven's Word, that game is fire now.
It was great.
And then so like I'm not saying that Godfall is going to become this wild thing that everyone comes back to, but you can have a dedicated audience. And I think this is a thing I've noticed when I talk to developers a lot who have ongoing games, is that over the years, they found a dedicated fan base who they've been able to communicate with. Like, what do y'all want? What should we put in this game? This is our vision. Let me share it with y'all, and then y'all can form it to be what y'all want. Because if you're the ones who are here, then we can build from there. So Godfall isn't necessarily this wild multiplayer experience as, say, like something like Fallout 76, which has now a huge fan base.
Very true.
But I mean, you never want to put out a game and then like kill it off. Like we saw that with Battleborn, which you bring up a lot.
Yeah. It broke my heart.
But yeah, and I'm sure that they don't want something like that to happen again.
Yeah, I agree. But that said, though, to put a bow on Gearbox, I do want to say Tribes of Midgard, looks awesome. July 27th. That is a game I'm 100% picking up because I was addicted to Valheim, but the combat always left me, a lot to be desired. For that game in particular, that looks extremely fun. But guys, we got more to come here at E3 2021, especially from our friends at GamesBeat, plus a preview of what's to come tomorrow. So make sure you stay with us.
I can't remember the age that I started playing. There was an Atari. I used to steal, for whatever reason, just the cartridges. Not really putting two and two together that I can also play the games, but I love the cartridges, E.T. being one of them. My parents, somewhere in their house, if we rummage around and look for the treasures, I think we would be able to find a coveted, or less coveted, E.T. the extraterrestrial game.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
As a part of Play for All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play for All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week, with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play for All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of the E3's official broadcast. See you then.
Welcome back to E3 live from LA. It's been quite a show. It's not over yet. We're going to look back, ladies and gentlemen, at some of the most historic and iconic moments in E3 history. But I have to apologize for the people who are going to do this, all right? I don't know if you understand what GamesBeat is. It's a great site full of great people like Dean and Mike. But there's also a person there named Jeff Grubb. And Jeff Grubb is not a man you want to know, ladies and gentlemen, but he's in this video, and I'm very, very sorry for it. So without further ado, my apologies, but here is Jeff and Mike from GamesBeat.
It's the internet. You're busy because it's E3. I'm Jeff Grubb. I work for GamesBeat.com. Joining me is Mike Minotti, who's going to say hi to all the good people right now.
Hi, good people.
Mike, it's time to learn to love E3 again because we're jaded games journalists. I understand you put together a bunch of stuff to thaw my cold, dead games journalist heart, memories of E3. You ready to just take me through it right now? I'm happy to do so.
Yeah, my heart only has warmth for E3, so, you can call yourself jaded all you want. I am just a ball of E3 love, and I'm going to roll it over you.
Of E3, of gamer Christmases past, future, and present, yes.
Well, not future. Those are sad.
Okay, that's right. Yes,
analogy.
yes, right.
You
Okay.
illiterate scum. But yeah, this will be great.
All right, Mike. What is this? Should we set it up or should we just start playing it?
No, this is when Sony announced the Final Fantasy VII remake at E3. This is from somebody in one of the front rows. So we're gonna hear how excited and happy all those people are, Jeff.
What? Listen, it's just a commercial. How excited can it be?
Oh, boo!
Oh, it's just like so. This is like from the audience. Okay, this is
Right,
exciting.
it's a reaction trailer. So people didn't know what this was at the time. And everybody wanted them to make this because, like, what PlayStation 4 had, like, a tech demo that was basically the intro of Final Fantasy VII, like, redone, right?
Yep.
And everyone was like, oh, so that's like a game. And they're like, no, it's not. So everyone was disappointed, but then we got this.
So you see that, you can hear people, you see the big sword, and people are starting to realize what it is. That's
right.
That's fun.
Even that playground there, like, if you know Final Fantasy VII, you're gonna recognize that. So yeah, it's kind of very slowly dawning throughout the audience. I think most of them who really like Final Fantasy VII knows what it is, and they're recognizing the names.
Nojima,
that's a great reveal, right? They don't start with Cloud. You start with Barret, then you get this is when everybody really knows what's up, even if you weren't aware yet. All right.
Right. Yes. Even if you were like a very casual fan, someone who never played Final Fantasy before. Yeah. Okay. I've got a slight chills, Mike. Slight chills.
And I know you're not a weeb like I am, but come on.
What is this, Mike?
What?
It says Super Smash Brothers Mega Man trailer.
Oh, this is the most excited I have ever been from E3. I love Smash Brothers, but Mega Man is my favorite video game character. And this was back when there were very few third-party characters. Like this point right here, like I knew who it was from that.
Yes.
I lost it, Jeff. I was so you can ask my brother because I was watching with him. I absolutely flipped out. Like I play a ton of Smash Brothers. Mega Man is literally the character I would have wanted in that game the most. And at this point, there was no indication that was going to happen. We had only gotten Snake and Sonic as third-party characters at this point ever in the series. Hey, look at he's doing all his great moves. This incredible remixed version of Mega Man 2 music. The beautiful CG art. This is still the best Mega Man has ever looked, by the way. Is this like Smash Brothers version of him? The kind of like it like captures the proportions of the 8-bit sprite. Like he's kind of staunchy.
Mike, I'm sick of hearing about things that you love. If you're not going to bring anything that I oh, okay, wait, what's this? Okay, all right, maybe this might do it for me. This might be my favorite moment from any E3 ever. I've been a long time Legend of Zelda fan, and it's always been like one of my most important franchises, but I also agreed with the assessment that they needed to change things up. And when they said they were going to change things up and they delayed Breath of the Wild, because they're like, we found a new way of doing things, we're going to try to change it. I didn't really believe it. And then they released this trailer and I was just all in. It might be the best trailer for anything ever, period. I don't know. Honestly, it's almost just like good filmmaking, this trailer. Like
it is insane.
They know, like,
here we go.
Yeah.
Here he's gonna laugh. The bird's gonna laugh. I love it for some reason.
It's good. It's good.
What? It's really good. Here it comes. I think about that all the time. I don't know. Just the way they frame that in that song, it gets me pumped up. Like, yeah, here it comes indeed. That's great. That is so good.
Oh, this is a big boy, Mike.
This is a pretty short clip here. I think everyone's going to know what it is from E3 2004. But see, it's not just about video games, Jeff, and trailers and demos. Sometimes it's just about personalities. And this was like the emergence of the Reginator from 2004.
I'm going to hit play. I'm very excited.
My name is Reggie. I'm about kicking ass. I'm about taking names. And we're about making games.
That's all we need to know.
For those who don't know, Reggie invented the Bigfoot pizza, I think. So, of course, just...
I like how that's what you brought up. For those of you who don't know, I thought you were going to talk about how, like, important Reggie was for video games Nintendo. He invented the Bigfoot.
I think it was the Bigfoot, and I don't think he invented it. But whatever. Yeah, his name's on the patent.
No, he was in his basement, staying up all night. Yep. He's like, I got it. I cracked it. All right, before people get mad, we better do something from Microsoft now. If ever there was a sequel that was anticipated, it was Halo 2 after Halo 1 came out, and it was a very big deal.
This is the game that made me get an Xbox. I got an Xbox for Halo 2. Absolutely.
Everyone's very excited. The only thing people didn't like about Halo 2 is the ending, right? Which,
Right,
you know,
yeah. Cliffhanger stuff, yeah. Spoiler warning.
Spoiler
in
warning.
2021.
And I think, you know, especially at this point, this kind of long, uninterrupted gameplay demo was maybe a little bit more unusual, right? I think this is what popularized that. Like even up till like 2015 with Sony, they have a pretty long Uncharted 4 demo. That's basically the same kind of format, right? You just play a long level from the game.
Take it away,
This is
Jason.
E3 2007, and it's kind of hard to believe now, but this was the E3 where Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare was the bell of the ball.
Yes.
Like, you know what? Like Call of Duty is the biggest thing in the world right now, and still is, and people are excited about it, but it maybe isn't like a showpiece for the show anymore, because a lot of those people are, again, they're hoping for something more surprising than here's the next Call of Duty. At this point, this was really Call of Duty hitting its stride. Like that moment right there, people freaked out about. People talked about that all show. You did not see that guy in the tall grass till he got up, and that absolutely destroyed people's brains in 2007. But you know, Jeff, it's not just about gameplay demos and executives. Sometimes celebrities could even make their way into your heart.
Man, this really was a moment, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, everyone loves Keanu Reeves. I'm not one to gaga and go over celebrities, but this is pretty neat.
And remember crowds? He seems to be very interested in the game that he was making. So that's kind of all you can ask for from a celebrity, right? Just come, don't talk down, seem like you're enjoying yourself, maybe even actually enjoy yourself, and people will respond to that. And also, you know, kind of be Keanu Reeves. That helps a lot.
You think they're going to bring him out this year to have him apologize? Yeah, that's pretty great. Why don't we go back again, though, pretty far back to E3 2000 to see what was, gosh, I was pretty young at this point, but I remember thinking this is the most excited I think I've ever seen people be for a video game. Like, this seemed like it was by far the biggest deal in the world at the time, and it's Metal Gear Solid 2.
And Metal Gear Solid was such a big deal. It was, I mean, probably the best PlayStation game. Getting the sequel on PlayStation 2, seeing all this stuff, and just, yeah, it just looked so good, so cinematic, yeah.
So you have to understand, like, at this point, the fact that we're seeing raindrops, like, bouncing off of objects, I'm seeing this, like, these light bloom effects, like, this was all pretty nuts at this time. This
Yeah, games just didn't look like this before this point, and it was this, you know, perfect storm of the best artists in the world working with the best technologists in the world to make a video game. Yeah.
All right, Jeff, you want to close this out with maybe the first E3 moment?
I do.
Back in 1995, again, the first E3, and this was Sony's big moment. It was following Sega's little show about the Saturn, and their surprise that it's out now, which just confused everybody. And this is how Sony responded as they were getting ready to launch the original PlayStation.
I want to ask Sony Computer Entertainment President of America, Steve Reyes, join me for
So this guy right here had just given a long, boring presentation, and he did that on purpose to really emphasize what's about to happen right here, where Steve Reyes is going to come out and say one thing.
$299.
Got chills there a little bit because that's it right there. This is them understanding immediately. This is PlayStation, not out yet. Sony, not really in video games yet, especially not as a hardware company. But they already understand how to do this E3 show, come up and make a huge impact. It's kind of unbelievable. And it was the rest is history, right? Like Saturn had to bow out because the Saturn was too expensive. Sony knew that. They undercut the price by $100. And then every time Sega would respond, PlayStation would lower the price until Sega just couldn't keep in the business anymore. And they tried a few other systems after that, but it was you know, the writing was on the wall at that point, and it all happened right there with PlayStation understanding how to play this E3 game. It's, yeah.
See, there's all sorts of fun. I didn't even talk about giant enemy crabs and you know, weird Elder Scrolls 6 announcements years before we'll ever see it. But there's all sorts of fun stuff, Jeff. Imagine all the fun stuff that's happening right now and what will happen in the future. So just admit it, Jeff. Admit that you love E3.
All right, I'm a fan. I admit it. I'm not just a games journalist. I like games too. Don't tell anybody.
No, we're telling everyone.
Okay.
Calling your mom, calling your wife.
All right, that's going to do it for us, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the show. I hope we didn't keep you too long. And if you tuned back and you're just getting here right now and you're confused, good.
Yeah. We don't
deserve us. I hope your favorite game gets announced next. I'm sorry. All right, everybody, have a good one. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Mona Ikeda, and I currently work for a Japanese video game company called Artplay as the current art director. And previously, I worked on Bloodstained Ritual of the Night as the communications manager, and I also drew the box art. So that's just kind of a summarized version of myself. I always thought I was going to be an illustrator, like just a freelance illustrator from start to the end. Art was my passion, and it still is, but I always wanted to try something new all the time. Anything that I was interested in, like comics, video games, just anything in general. For me, art directing is something that improves the overall gameplay, and and also the game designer will know, like, oh, there was these kinds of ideas, because when I started to do this job, like, they didn't really have an idea of what they really wanted to do visually. So it's basically like, oh, I want to make this kind of game, but I don't know what it looks like. And for me, that's where I come in and kind of help them kind of fill that in. I started as a fan, and I really wanted to, my artwork was very inspired by the games that they've created in the past. So at that point, I knew what I wanted as a fan. And with Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, it was a game that's based on gothic horror, and the past, and the people that were working on the past Castlevania games were working on. And for me, I was a huge fan of Castlevania and the gothic feeling of that entire series. And I haven't seen a lot of games that were like that, and it was very unique. And since my artwork was inspired by that kind of game, I drew a lot of those kind of dark horror game kind of style. I was someone who knew from a very young age that I wanted to be an artist and do this specific type of work. And even though I didn't really know, or I had one specific goal, I still struggled to do so. And I'm sure a lot of people can relate to that, because they wanted to be something like a specific job they want, and they can't achieve it, even though they try really hard. And for me, I think that's totally fine, and they should try something else that's new, because if I didn't take this chance of becoming a communications manager and also the translator for the company, I wouldn't have been in this art director position at all. I would have been like, I would be like, no, I want to do art as a career. I'm not going to take this translation job. And I still, to this day, be a freelance artist taking on these mundane work that, that I had no art direction whatsoever in. And so I feel like for those who are struggling and, thinking of quitting their passion job, because it's, like, if you're working on something that you're very passionate about, you get very emotional about it. And I'm sure a lot of people feel very down when things don't go right, or things that they're worried about, doesn't get resolved doing the same kind of work over and over again. So I feel like for those people, like in a very similar situation as when I was struggling as an artist, I feel like they should try something else that's new. So for me, video game was like my second passion, and I really wanted to be involved in some way. So I decided to take on that job and be a translator. But in the end, people, when you're very passionate about something, people recognize that. And I was both passionate about video game and art. So in the end, I became an art director that I never thought I would be able to do. So I feel like for those people, take the chance, even if it might not be something that you really want to do as an end goal. You should take the chance if it does change your career.
Great stuff there. Of course, remember, video games are so much more than just making them and having that kind of thing. You could do anything and be involved in video games. And so if you have the passion, the drive, the determination, you can make your dreams come true and have some kind of job in the video game industry. Also, of course, before that, there was a Jeff Grubb Games Beat thing. I was told behind the scenes that it didn't play, that it was a joke. Jeff Grubb is not a terrible person. He's just extremely old and shouldn't be listened to. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you, don't forget to check out e3expo.com/shop for limited edition E3 apparel like this. Because you might be saying, I'm having a great time watching you do this, Greg. Man, if only I could commemorate it in a way that I could wear all the time when I go to the old baseball games or the sock hops. Because you're going to walk in there and old Toby's going to be behind the bar cleaning the glass. I'm painting a picture. And he's going to say, man, what is that shirt well, I guess what's the hat you're wearing, this shirt you got? If I know there's Vegas bets if I'll take my shirt off during E3, but they mic me up too well. I can't do it. But maybe get a bomber jacket, Look, doesn't that Tom Cruise, he's got another movie coming out where he's flying around. Don't you want to look like him, but a guy version of Tom Cruise who went to E3? And I guess he didn't go, technically. COVID and everything else. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much more happening here. Don't worry about that. There's no way I can get the script back on track, is there? Because I'm talking about the E3 shop that you should go do too, right? Let me just go for it, all right? With more of our gaming and movies theme today, let's talk about the lines between gaming and cinema continuing to blur. Oh, Jordan Vogt Roberts, the man behind the lens directing upcoming projects Metal Gear and Gundam, sat down with the folks at Entertainment Weekly to talk about the future of these film and these IPs and these shirts that you can get and wear to the sock hops.
Hello, E3. This is Nick Romano with Entertainment Weekly magazine. Thank you so much for joining us today for a panel discussion with filmmaker Jordan Vogt Roberts. Jordan, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to talk about all things video games and E3.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot to talk about. I mean, I think it's safe to say people mostly know you for making films like Kong Skull Island and The Kings of Summer, but you're also a major gamer. Can you talk a little bit about just your history in the gaming industry? What was sort of your big introduction?
I mean, I was just one of those kids who at a very young age, video games rewired my brain. I'm the type of guy who if I walk into a room and there's a box, my first instinct is, in what combination do I need to move this box to unlock a door? Or, God forbid, if I ever walked in a room and there was like a triangular eye on the wall, I would think, I definitely need a bow right now to shoot that eye and unlock something.
We know that you're working on a movie adaptation of Metal Gear Solid. You're working on a live-action Gundam. I mean, is it safe to say that your filmmaking moving forward is sort of more inspired by a video game?
Ironically, Metal Gear is something I've been trying to, Sisyphus push up the hill for 7+ years. That game and Kojima-san's world means the world to me. And that's something that I'm very proud of what we're doing. And I think that it is very sort of Kojima punk rock, twisty. And then Gundam likewise is, the godfather of like otaku culture in a lot of ways, without exaggeration. It is the grandfather to modern anime and thus most Japanese things that we love. It really is wild what Gundam was doing on television in an animated format in the 70s. and the complexity and the weight of the stories they were telling. And so, I have a lot of things that I want to do in my career, but those are only the kind of nerd properties that I'm attached to that are even announced. There's other game things and other IPs that I'm working on, but yeah, a big part of my driving force is to be a part of these things and to help rewrite the narrative of how people perceive these franchises and how they properly get translated, and how you take a filmmaker who understands the core of what these were as you go through the process of translating the active experience of playing a game, in which you can tell a story a different way because you are the protagonist, versus the passive experience of watching a film. And so those aren't one-to-one translations. And so I think you really need to understand, when playing a game, what it elicits from you, why it makes you feel certain ways, what the tone that it evokes is, what those real idiosyncrasies that kind of make up each game is, and how you then translate those things to the passive experience of watching a film. And so it's just something I've been obsessed with for a long time, and I feel very fortunate to be able to be a part of these projects.
In terms of Metal Gear Solid, I've documented all of your tweets about the long process of adapting this movie. I mean, what do you think it was about the original games that had such an impact on you and kept you motivated to keep this project alive?
That game came out same year, same month, basically, as Ocarina of Time. And so on a PlayStation and Nintendo level, you have, I think, two of the most seminal works in all of gaming that are going to set the groundwork moving forward for the template of how we transition into not just 2D to 3D, but then how we evolve each of these things. So yes, it's very easy to look at Metal Gear and say, oh, look how cinematic this is. But you're dealing with these characters that are walking, talking ideologies. And they all represent different slivers and ideas of, I think, this basic question of, how do we make the world whole again? And they're all trapped in the cycle of pain. And, to me, the most memorable and touching thing that still sticks with me, yes, you're transported and suddenly you're playing this movie and people are talking in acronyms and code, and you're just thrust into it. And you have this incredible rogues gallery of kind of over the top, iconic, Marvel iconic level characters. But the feeling when you kill Sniper Wolf, or when you kill a lot of bosses in that game, that up until that point in gaming, killing a boss was always viewed as a victory. And that was like, hell yeah, I'm past it. And instead, you're met with this moment of somberness and regret, and incredibly meaningful, and hit me at that exact moment in my life where there can never be another release of a game or something that hit me at those teenage years when I was just fully ready to just be consumed by it and transported.
So now, sort of in the timeline for you, are you moving towards the live-action Gundam movie now, or are you doing Metal Gear Solid first?
I'm waiting for the next thing to be greenlit, and whichever one that is, I don't control when the studios choose which movie they're making when, and so I love both these things to death. I have other movies and other things that aren't IP based that I also can't wait to go and make sort of a smaller $30 million thing where I'm just going buck wild. But yeah, call up the studio and ask which green light's going to happen first.
Sounds like a plan. And I know a lot of the details, for both of these projects are kind of under lock and key. I was curious if there is anything you can sort of tease about your approach to Gundam, especially because the mythology is so vast, and it feels like you could kind of drop a pin anywhere and kind of start there.
I mean, Gundam is such a fascinating thing. Similar and dissimilar from the challenge of Metal Gear, because Gundam also is a story that they've been telling for 42 years in the Universal Century timeline. Then in addition to that, they have several other alternate timelines with other series, some that go on multiple series and movies, some that are just one-offs. And so my goal is to For all of the people who might say, I don't know where to start, I want to be able to create this film and give them an access point where you can say, this is where you start. This is your entry point where Gundam fans say, hell yeah, that is my Gundam. And yeah, it might be an amalgamation of like several of these different things, different timelines and whatnot, but this is true to what Gundam is, and this captured everything I love about Gundam. And then outsiders have this feeling of, and I feel this way about Metal Gear too, but having this sentiment of, oh, this is something that I just didn't know I wanted to be obsessed with.
Well, Jordan, with our final few minutes, I wanted to ask, because obviously it's been a crazy year for a lot of people. What does it mean for you to be back at E3, even virtually, talking about gaming again, talking about all the projects that you're working on?
E3, beyond me loving games, E3, when I was in college, me and my buddies, one of them actually kind of ran like a tech company, but we basically not fabricated, not forged, but we didn't really have any right being there, but we were able to finesse the system and get badges. And from Chicago, we all flew out to experience our first E3. Because as a kid growing up, it's just sort of this mecca, it's this fantastical place. It was my first leap of I'm going to make a documentary. And I was really fascinated by several aspects and sort of cultural tiers within E3 and how it's presented. And I never completed the documentary, but that's actually where I met a lot of these people that I still consider friends today. It literally was the year the PS3 was announced. So there's just this giant banner. The slogan then was just welcome change, and the E and the change was backwards, so it was a 3. E3 actually was this really pivotal changing moment in my life where I was in Chicago making shorts. And I came out to LA, and I remember being at LAX, and I remember being at the convention center and just thinking, oh, I'm moving to LA. I feel opportunity here. This is where I'm supposed to be. You walk in the cacophony of the massive wall of sound that is the, West Hall, where you're just bombarded left to right. It really is a cacophony. it's a barrage. It's like carnal sound. But it was amazing. And so it really, E3 changed me. It's the reason that I ended up moving to LA. Something about that trip made it. I never thought I'd move to LA. Something about that trip changed something in me where I said, this is where I'm supposed to be right now. And that wasn't even about video games. It just was about, here I am taking some of my first steps as a filmmaker in college, trying to make this documentary, and something just felt right. And so I've gone to so many E3 since then. My friendships and relationships, as I said, I'm fortunate for them to have only grown in the game world and to be collaborating not only with developers on commercial campaigns, but also with their IPs. And so to be able to be back in even this small way, I think we're all struggling with how we reintegrate into the world right now, and what that means. We've all gone from being this is great, we're at home, we're all homebodies and recluses, to being oh my God, how do we interact with people? And so, yeah, being able to be there in just the slightest, and just for it to be a thing, it means a lot to me because E3 really did change my life.
Well, we're so happy and honored that you could make the time today. Jordan, thank you so much. This has been a treat.
Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely.
As a part of Play For All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play For All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week, with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play For All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of the E3's official broadcast. See you then.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
Hi everyone, my name is Christian Holub. I'm a writer at Entertainment Weekly, and I am here to host a panel for this year's E3 about real-world game worlds, the differences and the ways they intersect. With me here are our panelists, Gary Whitta, screenwriter, Daniel Erickson, former creative director at BioWare, Juan Vega, narrative designer at Netflix, and Rihanna Pratchett, writer and narrative designer. Thank you guys so much for joining. Interesting fuel for this convo, and I just wanted to start out with a big basic question, which is like, how important would you say is it for video games to reflect real world events and movements? A lot has happened in the real world over the past year. I think we can all agree. My sense is that, it was all about escapism, but yeah, how would you guys kind of generally talk about the importance of making games that reflect aspects of the real world, especially as our real world is changing so much?
I think that's a very difficult question to answer in kind of a holistic way. It really depends largely on what kind of game you're setting out to make. You're right, games have always been and remain in large part escapism. They're an escape from the real world. One of the reasons why Animal Crossing was such a hugely popular game during this pandemic year was it was like, hey, the world sucks right now, but forget about all that. Here is a very bucolic, idyllic place you can go to where everyone is your friend, and the worst thing that can happen to you is maybe you get stung by a wasp. People really responded to that offer of escapism because the world really did suck. At the same time, in the last couple of decades, we've seen video games really emerge as a legitimate art form and a legitimate platform for political and social commentary. You generally tend to see that stuff in smaller budget indie movies, and for the same reason in smaller budget indie games. If we were to do an exercise right now and think about like what are the games that that deliver really kind of make you think political and social thematics, they're going to be at the lower end of the budget scale. Whether or not video games will ever really dare to kind of tackle political and social real world kind of issues at higher budget levels is that maybe that's a question for us to talk about. But I think most of the interesting work in terms of games as an art form right now is being done at the indie level, and again for kind of monetary capitalist reasons that really aren't that difficult to figure out.
On that note, I think it's interesting that when I think about the diversity front, I don't think that everything has to have diversity as sort of a core piece for it, but what's exciting to me is it always feels like the diversity that is inherent in the artists is something that needs to come forward, and we're getting a lot more space to do that. So the grand exception to some of the concepts that Gary was talking about was working for BioWare. So BioWare had LGBTQ content all the way from the beginning, because primarily Dave Gator, who is the lead writer for Baldur's Gate, was queer. And he, right from the beginning, pushed this as, hey, I'm going to have representation in the game. We're going to have space here. We're going to have, and this was interestingly not controversial and then super controversial, and then came to the point where I just saw today that BioWare changed its logo for Gay Pride, right, for Pride Month. And there were a bunch of comments. It was like, oh, way to pander, big corporate folks. And then all the old school folks jumped in and was like, you do not know who you're talking about, right? This is a historical place. And to Gary's point, why it comes up through the indie movement mostly is because it's easier for smaller voices to come up there, is the more diverse the artists in our industry get, the more naturally we're going to get diverse representation and we're going to get diverse stories from a more pure perspective than, hey, let's put in a bunch of diverse storylines. Now, in where I tend to work now, which is largely multiplayer, we talk a lot about representation and inclusion, which I think is subtly a different aspect, which is if I'm playing a multiplayer game, I want to be able to come and be me, whoever I am. But I think that's a different space than artistically representing the experience of a diverse group of people.
I also think from a writer's perspective, from a creative perspective, we're drawn to diversity in all forms because we want to explore the path less traveled. We don't want to tell the same stories over and again. We want to find the new experiences. We want to take audiences on new and different journeys. So I think writers and other narrative people are often push for that because it's just more interesting to get your teeth into.
I think, once the stories reflect what's actually happening in the real world, people will see themselves like through their favorite medium. And I think that's what really builds a connection and what gets people like really involved and interested and, hooked. It doesn't necessarily have to be in their stories. It can be in, diverse stories. It can be in like Rihanna said, like new things to them. But I think it's actually, I personally think it's important to, advocate for who tells the story, and, when you have a diverse pool of candidates telling stories, you're going to have diverse stories, that have a lot of coverage and it doesn't feel like it's being shoehorned in.
Do you think that kind of stuff is changing for the better in terms of people of diverse backgrounds and stuff kind of able to, get to the point where they're making games, not just kind of the types of small indie games that Gary was talking about, but, getting positions at bigger companies and hopefully not feeling, alienated or pushed out?
I think we definitely see a movement. I think, there's definitely a lot of talent that's allowing people to tell their own stories, right? Make their own Twine games or make their own indie games or demos or vertical slices that gives them that visibility to then, jumpstart and, onto their next platform and their next bigger thing. And then we also connect and we try to uplift each other. I know that there are things like Latinx in Gaming, which is a nonprofit that I helped co-found specifically for that reason, as well as partnering with other places like Game Devs of Color and looking into other initiatives to really support everyone else that's trying to break into this field and tell their stories.
Yeah, I just want to add something to that. I think this whole conversation, we've been talking about different aspects here, but they're all really part of the same conversation. We're talking about, do games or can games accurately reflect the real world? And we're also talking about, do video game developers and publishers have diverse and inclusive staffs actually making those games? You can't have one without the other. Let's say that the next Assassin's Creed game took place during the American Civil War and you played a slave on a plantation in the deep American South. That might be a fascinating area to explore in terms of all the political and social themes that we're talking about here. But Ubisoft can never make that game until they have a team capable of making it and speaking to those issues in a way that is authentic. Like there's no way that I could tell a story like that because I haven't lived that experience. I'm not obviously talking about the historical experience, but I've never experienced racism. The only way that I could write a character like that would be mimicking what I've seen done before in other media, which inherently means I don't have anything new to bring to the conversation. It's going to feel kind of warmed over because that's what it would be.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's all about that intersectionality of like where we as humans like connect and how we evolve and work together and where the strife comes from the drama that's inherently us being ourselves and dealing with our emotions. I think, it's super important that, we do have people in the room that are, capable and ready to tell, those stories from a personal place of authenticity. And even having them in the room doesn't necessarily always translate to that note will get hit or or what you see will get done. Like I've gotten shut down for giving, Latinx feedback on something. I'm like, hey, that doesn't sound like something a Latino person would say. And, I've been told like, oh, don't worry about it. It's just a smaller note. So, just because I'm there, like, doesn't necessarily mean that, I'm always like, have my ear open and I'm trying to do the best that I can for myself, for the community, for the people that aren't in the room. I think for me, it's really about, like using that, critique, professionally trained eye and ear and other not forms of ableist language. Here I am doing it again too. Like to really test ourselves and like grow and like make sure that, we tell stories that resonate with and for everybody.
If that's what you're trying to do, and I think that's the real hard part right now, is there is still a place for everybody's story. I think that's fine. I think we would much rather, speaking for myself at least, love to see a lot of authentic stories across the board than a lot of inauthentic stories that become very samey, right? That becomes flavor of the week, whatever the diversity movement that's big on the news right now, there's going to be a character that represents that, and there's going to be, right? And then everything sort of becomes this sameness as opposed to, oh no, we've been telling a certain story for a long time. Now let's go get all the rest of the stories. But that doesn't exclude the other stories that we've been telling for a long time either.
I also think we've had a bit of a problem in the industry in all drawing from the same well sources. When I started out in the industry, I had interviews where I could just talk about Aliens or Terminator, and everyone would be, there'd be the favorite movies and things like that. Tarantino is always referenced, Tolkien. And there definitely is a need for creators to broaden their content in to produce better content out. And so, there are so many great, fantasy and futuristic writers that aren't white guys like N.K. Jemisin or Nnedi Okorafor, or look at what the team behind Into the Motherlands is doing, which is not a video game. It's a tabletop RPG, but it's put together by a diverse team of creators. And Octavia Butler, we need to kind of diversify the sources that we're drawing from, because we're still all growing up with the same kind of movies. Most of us grew up in the 80s with the same kind of sci-fi and fantasy influences. And I think as the younger creators come up through the indie games, they're going to start drawing on more diverse sources as well, which hopefully will create more richer worlds.
How would you say that these pushes to reflect the real world affect how you approach narratives and narrative design? It seems like the kids are already kind of thinking about that stuff.
I think you get it in there in sort of small ways and subtle ways as a writer. As a freelance writer, you don't quite have that amount of power, so you're very beholden to the people you're working with, and you tend to kind of live around the edges to a degree, and it's a balancing act between getting what you want to say into the game, or even like little personal anecdotes and experiences, which I like to kind of fold into my games, kind of personal narrative Easter eggs and that kind of thing. Like my father passed away from Alzheimer's. He was interviewed about the memory he didn't want to lose, which was about the night I was born, where I think he went home from the hospital, drank half a bottle of whiskey, built some snowshoes out of tennis rackets, fell over in the snow a lot, and went to bed with a cat. And I think that I thought that was so lovely that I turned it into one of Lara's father's memories in Rise of the Tomb Raider. And I hadn't been a big fan of the father storyline, and I've been quite open about this. But unless you're sort of heading up a team, it can be difficult to push forward those ideas. So you tend to do it little by little when you're in my kind of position, and sort of it's always a balancing act.
And this becomes part of the irony of, for that exact thing, the people most in the power to do this are also the people least qualified to do this. So it becomes, and when I put FogBank together, I was very aware of this. So it becomes beholden to us to say, okay, I've got the power, I'm in the place, I do care passionately about these issues, so I'm going to go forward with this, but I'm going to go forward with this knowing I don't actually know this. So I'm going to have to bring in a broad support group, and I'm going to have to listen to them, because without this, it becomes a failed message, right? It is the diversity version of the "hello, fellow teenagers" meme as the old person comes down, right?
Awesome. Well, I think that is a fantastic note to end on. So thank you, Rihanna, Gary, Juan, and Daniel for joining this discussion about the real world and game worlds. And thank you all for watching.
Mental health. I know it's an uncomfortable topic. It's hard to talk about. Taking a hard look at yourself can be really difficult. Looking in the mirror and knowing something's wrong. But do not be afraid to identify your weaknesses, address your trauma, and do self-work. It can be a painful journey to take on, but you are not alone. We all have our struggles, and there's help out there. We got together some experts for an informational and candid discussion about mental health and the work that still needs to be done.
My name is Rebecca Valentine. I am a reporter with IGN, and I am here with an amazing panel of folks here to talk about mental health. I have Anita Sarkeesian, Gordon Bellamy, and Mike Wilson here to talk. Anita, could you please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you do and what you're about?
Sure. Yeah. I'm Anita Sarkeesian. I'm the executive director of Feminist Frequency. I'm most known for a series of videos I made called Tropes versus Women in Video Games that, ruffled a few feathers back in the day. And currently, we, as my nonprofit, we are running the Games and Online Harassment Hotline, which is a emotional support, text-based resource for folks who make and play games.
Awesome. Thanks, Anita. Gordon, how about you? Same question. Tell us who you are and what you're about.
Well, I'm Gordon Bellamy. I'm a professor at USC Games. I also lead the gay gaming professionals for the world. And I'm a lifer. I'm all in for games. That's why I'm here.
Awesome. And Mike, how about you?
I've been in the industry for a very long time, similar to Gordon. And I work mostly on the publishing side of things, working with independent developers, most recently with Devolver Digital and Good Shepherd, a couple of all indie labels. And in the past few years, I've gotten involved with TakeThis.org and just anytime somebody wants to talk about mental health in games, I volunteer because I think it's a pretty important issue. And I think games can be really useful for improving mental health.
So I guess just to get things started, the last year has been really hard on all of us. And I think, maybe it's given people, especially in gaming communities, different or new perspectives on mental health. So I guess just how has the last year been for you, and how has it changed or not how you think about mental health?
I think coming into this year, I thought a lot about how do we destigmatize discussion about mental health. I think everyone has had the opportunity to take a closer look at their own mental health journey. I guess my hope is that we're going to move in with a new baseline, right? In the same way that we think about physical health.
Well said. I'll jump in and just on top of what Gordon said, I'm somebody that's suffered with on and off with depression for most of my adult life. For an awful lot of people, gaming, online gaming especially, was like really medicinal for a lot of us and really kind of a lifeline. So that really caught my attention, and I'm personally leaning into that pretty strongly, like the idea of gaming for good medicine for people.
To copy Mike, I've dealt with depression for as long as I can remember. And I think that this moment has been really interesting because all of the tools that we have to distract ourselves, or actually speaking for me, is like I travel a lot. I used to travel twice a month. I'd be gone for weeks and weeks at a time. And so it's really easy to not see the depressive patterns in myself, and being like stuck alone in my house for a year. I really had to like spend time with that in a way that, was illuminating and interesting. And challenging.
So Mike and Anita, you both very specifically mentioned the ways in which for you mental health and gaming intersect. And, all of us here are people who are very involved in games and people who care very deeply about, promoting good mental health. So I guess, can we go in a little bit deeper about what it means for gaming and mental health to intersect? What do those two things have in common? Where do they meet?
I think one important thing to remember is that a lot of people use gaming as a coping mechanism when they're not feeling well, whether they've defined themselves as having depression or not, or identified in that way. I would love to be able to direct people to content that will nourish them in the way, like we had this huge pandemic hit at Devolver called Fall Guys that wasn't created necessarily to be medicine for people, but that was a lot of the feedback we got from all over the world, because it came out right at the height of lockdown, right when people were starting to break in the summer. And it was just reinforcement that like there are, for me, media is like just another kind of nutrition, and there's junk food and there's good food, right?
I think sometimes I struggle to talk about the like games and mental health and the connections and the like, they're there 100%, but I'm so much more interested in how we bring existing mental health infrastructure into the gaming space. And how, so I'm going to just keep plugging my hotline because that's what I'm here to do. But one of the things we do at the hotline is we train our agents who are answering your text messages to have cultural competency in games. So we make sure that they can speak your language, or they speak the language that it will be understood by you, or that, they will understand when you reach out. But you don't need to explain what Twitch is or Discord is. You don't need to explain the infrastructure of your own needs in order to get the support. And I think that is so important, because so many of us are like extremely online, and we engage with games and online spaces in a very particular way that the folks who are not just don't speak the same language, even though they want to support us.
It's so important that there are hotlines and that there are known resources that are just there for nourishment, right? Because it is a whole new world that people are having to navigate. Content creators are navigating their own creative journey, and they're navigating a public-facing one where the world is acting on them, okay? Right? In possibly negative ways, okay? Like where the outcome is rarely like, oh, you accomplished this work of art and we love it, is actually not a highly monetized outcome. It's much more interesting to have them be under scrutiny and ridicule and that discourse, right? Like no one is effectively really monetized like good kindness uplift of developers in this public sphere alongside their art. Oh, have you? Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. Then these are the stories that need to be told, right?
No, I'm just telling you, like, if anybody asks what Devolver's secret sauce is,
Sure.
That's the first word I say is kindness. Like
Okay.
we treat everybody we work with such unexpected levels of kindness that it freaks them out, right? And we don't have to lock anybody down at a contract or own their IP or force them to work with us. They can't wait to work with us. And it's, yes, we have a good team that's good at what we do, but first and foremost in both Devolver and Good Shepherd culture is like anything less than overt kindness is you're not doing your job. Right. And that's company culture. And we're a very small company, but we work with an awful lot of developers and ship a lot of games. And so, yeah, we've normalized that. And I try to be as loud about that as I can, so that when people are trying to emulate what Devolver's accomplished as a team, that they understand that that's point number one. It's not just that we've got people that love games and know games really well. Everybody has that. But kindness keeps people coming to you, and it makes you the first choice, right? So that's a big part of reversing that culture to me, is making kindness is the only cool that matters. And really promoting that.
I was thinking about earlier, I think, Gordon, you asked a question about like getting more specific about what we do with some things. And I was thinking about how I work with a lot of developers, and we're actually at Feminist Frequency working on a training for managers and and leaders in the games industry to understand gender-based harm better in their workplace. And I think a lot about like what it means to be a manager and a leader in these spaces. And it really does come from us in a lot of ways. So like Mike, what you're talking about of like, okay, well, the leadership of Devolver has to allow space for and teach and bring that kindness in to make sure that everyone is doing that, right? And I was thinking about how like part of, again, we talk about crunch a lot in games, right? It's an issue. It's an important thing to talk about, but there's also lots of other ways of like toxicity happens in game communities. Here's the thing is the issues around mental health in games are not like limited to individual issues, right? Many of them are rooted in systemic structures and systemic issues. So like the fact that we have these really toxic workplaces that encourage and support and actually force crunch culture is a huge piece of mental health concern, right? I'm trying to say is we can't ask our employees to like be mindful of their mental health and to rest when they need it if we're not also willing to allow a lower output, right? A reduced output. And that's just the reality of like, you got to make a choice here. You can't be spouting like rest and mental health and all and expect the same level of work. And the reality is you're probably going to get a better quality of work at the end of the day. Because when we are rested, when we have taken care of ourselves, when we've had breathing room away from our creative projects that are taking up every single brain cell, we come up with the best ideas, right? We come up with the best ways of doing things. And so I think I started this and I didn't finish this by saying I got a text right before this started about how like a friend's publisher was like, hey, it's Friday today was we're recording this, and was like, hey, we need this thing by Monday. And he's like, no, like I'm not doing that to my team. My team has worked so hard. But I think that's some of what we need to normalize as well, right?
I would say lead by example, the same, what Anita was saying, demonstrate the behavior that you want to see out of other people, right? And do call them out in a respectful way and expect that they might not, as Anita said, might not be at that level yet and might take a mean swipe at you. And you've got to be ready to accept that with grace and not necessarily accept it, but reflect it with grace and not just become the part of the problem, right? So it's all those, we're all students and teachers, whether we want to be or not. Like your behavior is teaching everyone in your orbit how they, it's an example, good or bad, right? So I try to remember that, whether it's in my industry or just in life, like you might not want to be a teacher, you might not want to be an influencer or a role model or whatever, but you are. And you're mostly influencing the people that are around you, which tend to be the people you love the most, right? So I think you just take that to your communities that you care about and go, this is how you do it. You don't say that, you just do it,
There's people who have power in this industry to influence people in the right direction, whether that's people who are in charge of studios or in charge of companies or in charge of communities. And then there's individuals who are responsible for themselves and are responsible, not to go online and, tell their favorite developer that they hate them.
Take care of yourself while also thinking about what kinds of impacts you can have in your ways, right? In your ways. Make ripples where you can. And that might be you are a manager and you are going to learn about how to be a more ethical manager that integrates mental health into your workplace, and you're going to fight for your employees to your bosses who might right? Like that's a thing that you can do that is not public facing, but it'll have a big impact on the people you have power over, right? You and your friends are playing like games and you're in a lobby and someone is saying like awful things, like call it out, because if you can, right? If you are in a space to do that, like call it out, be that person, make it not normal and not okay to hear abusive, predatory language in gaming spaces. Now, I say all of that with the recognition that this is a mental health panel and we all need to take steps back. We all need to check out sometimes. We all need to take care of ourselves. We don't all do well in confrontation, So like, don't feel bad if you need to take time for yourself. And if that's like 6 months, so be it.
Thank you so much for that. I think we're out of time. Really quick before we go, Anita, I know you have your hotline. I would love all three of you plug a mental health resource that you care a lot about that you think is valuable. Go.
Our hotline, you can find out more at gameshotline.org. We're at Games Hotline on all the things. If you want to use us right now, you can go ahead and do that. Just text support to 23368 anywhere in the US, and we'll get with you. We'll talk to you. We'll support you.
TakeThis.org is another lovely organization full of mental health professionals and people from the games industry and that cross section. And they take their work very seriously, and I've been supporting them through Devolver and Good Shepherd, but also personally with my time and also putting my money where my mouth is, because this is an important issue.
I'll plug, gosh, well, I want to just re-plug both of your orgs. It's great. It's great that there is an ecosystem, right, for people to have choices and nuance. And just to go back to Anita's point, I think that the biggest thing people can do is identify who their we is, right? Who is your we? Finding your communities where you truly feel included and authentic is the most important thing that, like, all of us, strive to do. And I guess sort of plug our nonprofit, Gay Gaming Professionals, for those of you LGBTQIA, of course, but that is just one lens. I think everyone out there continuing to find communities around play, around identity, around discussion, where you feel you are your authentic self is the most important thing you can do. Obviously, these very specific mental health resources can augment that, but they should hopefully just be augmenting your day-to-day experience in and around games.
Gordon, Anita, Mike, thank you all so much for doing this. This has been an absolutely wonderful discussion. Hope everybody has a wonderful E3. Take care of yourselves.
Bye.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you, Rebecca Valentine, for that panel. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, you are loved, you are needed. If you need help, it's okay to talk about it. I think that's been the big thing, right, Jackie? I think we are doing better of having the conversation that it's all right not to be all right, and talk to people.
Yeah, I mean, life is hard. We all face our own struggles. I think the big thing I took away from that panel is that we can have conversations about this. It's okay to reach out to someone. It's okay to be like, hey, I need help. I'm having a really tough day. I'm in my own head. I'm overthinking stuff. I do it a lot. So I think we can all relate to that. But as you were saying, don't be afraid to reach out for help. And no, we're all going through it. And I'm sure Golden Boy, you can attest to that as well.
Yeah, I've been working in esports for many years now, and it's always been a thing where it's like people don't like to talk about it. People would view it as a sign of weakness, but it's not. It isn't at all.
It's a sign of strength.
Yeah, it's a sign of strength if you're able to talk about it. Whether you are a streamer, content creator, esports professional player, or just a normal gamer, just like us, who just love video games, like talk about this stuff. It is important to do so. It is good for you. Reach out to loved ones, friends, family. The amazing hotlines that were also provided in that panel as well. Lots of great resources out there. And let's just keep having a conversation, because I think that's the most important thing in the end.
100%, right? TakeThis.org, Anita's hotline, and FindYourWords.org, a great toolbox for you to get help or help those in your life. But for now, let's move on. It is actually happening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the end of day one of E3, but there are so many, there's 3 more days ahead of us. Of course, tomorrow will be day 2, and we are talking about a jam-packed show starting at 9:35 a.m. Pacific time with 24 Entertainment. Then, 10 a.m. It's the big one. Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase. 12:15, Square Enix. Yes, everybody, I've seen the new Black Panther image they put up today. Don't worry. 2 p.m., Warner Brothers Games is here with Back 4 Blood. 2:30, it's the PC gaming show. And then at 4:10, it is Future Games. That is just tomorrow. That is the next day. That's what's going on. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much more to watch tomorrow. It's going to be amazing. Jackie, what are you most excited for?
Gosh, that's so tough. For some reason, Starfield popped up in my head.
I wonder why. Maybe it's a big deal.
Maybe it was a scenario around me, right? Like, I've watched that teaser trailer so much and have tried to come up with all of these ideas about what it's about. And like, literally, it's just like space, a little satellite thing, and a bunch of colors. And I'm like, why am I reading into this so much? But I want to see more.
Todd Howard, take my money.
Yes, please. But I think that's the one I'm most excited to see more about. So yeah.
Golden Boy, do I have to ask?
Well, okay. First, I'm going to say very excited to check out Back 4 Blood stuff tomorrow.
Yes.
I
God,
love
I can't
that
wait
game.
for Back 4 Blood.
It is amazing. The folks at WB and Turtle Rock, they're awesome folks. So I'm excited for that. Naraka Blade Point, I played it. We're going to talk about it tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to that. But Halo. Halo.
Why don't we even
Halo,
ask him?
Halo,
Exactly. Why don't we
Halo,
even
baby. That's all I want. I just want to be the Master Chief. I just want to shoot some Covenant, some grunts. I just want to live my best life. I want to, take on the brutes. I want to shoot a BR again, an assault rifle. I don't know what it is. I just want to play Halo. I love Halo so much. That's all I care about. So I'm so excited for tomorrow.
Of course, I can't wait to find out all about the unexpected. But if I'm being honest, Square Enix, right?
Yes.
Number one,
Yes.
Marvel's Avengers, because I'm a huge dork. But number two, there has been a rumor about a different Marvel game from Square, maybe. And so I'll just wait to see if that happens tomorrow. If it doesn't, let's get the media team out here.
Yeah.
You have to be the
Come on out.
Michael from GameSpot, Dan from Nerdist,
Cue the Saturday Night Live music.
Please,
Damon
this
Hatfield,
way.
host of IGN's
Get
Game
up
Studio.
here, get up here.
Come here.
We love you guys.
Is there anything else to make fun of Blessing about? Is there anything else to make fun of him about?
You need to put do your dishes, dog. I love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for Preview Day here at E3 2021. We're back with you, of course, live at 8:45 a.m. Pacific tomorrow as we get ready for 24 Entertainment, Xbox, and so much more. We will see you then. For now, though, have a good night.
Bye.
Oh my God, I forgot about